All right, I think we're good here. Never more aware that I have ADHD than when I am slightly distracted seconds before I need to do something. Place a phone down, forget exactly where it is immediately. Let me see. Do I have anything open over here? Quit. All right, we're good. I think we're good anyway. I didn't check my desktops here. Yeah, we're good. Let's get rid of all of this. Oh, that was weird. That's Boimp. Boimp is not what we want. This actually whole desktop is not what we want. This whole desktop can go away. Move that over here. I think we don't need any of this either. Hey, Jostas? Maybe Izzy? How's it going? How are you doing today? Okay. Those are good. We need both of those, or we don't need them, but they're useful. I'm doing all right. A little slow start today, you know? Like got up, thought I had an hour and the hour was gone like that. Oh, I'm glad. I'm happy you're finding it useful and motivational. We pop out chat. Make chat a little bigger over here. So I don't know who has seen the last stream. The last stream we did an outline shader. And I completely re-implemented it. This is effectively the same outline shader, more or less. There's some new features too. I've made it so that you can specify using the colors, or like we were using vertex colors. I changed that. Specify using the vertex colors to have any face or any section filled in. So these white areas are effectively being like filled in via that outline shader, which I think is really cool. We also have, so like 0 is none, 1 is filled, and anything in between can create an outline. This version is the updated version. Why did we need an updated version? Because, let me run this in not release mode. It'll show it off a little bit better. But basically, we had an outline shader that was writing to the depth buffer out of a fragment shader to a storage texture, using that storage texture in the post process. That was build, that wasn't run. That's why it never ran. Using that storage texture in the post process, and I don't know if anybody can actually tell because this is going through stream, but this is the frame rate we're getting from that. This is in debug, so it gets a little bit better when you do release. But it still exists. And I didn't do a whole lot of, let's say, investigation into why, because I know that the implementation could be better. You're AA web dev. Oh, you're a web dev, so you don't know anything about graphical programming? Cool. We'll cover some stuff. We'll do high level stuff. We're not going to do like little things. Hey, operator, how's it going? Yeah, TLDR. Last week we did. I replugged my HDMI cables and that messed up all of my layout on my desktops. Let's see, that's custom. This is that. So let's do this. So the way we have that outline shader implemented today is we've got an Uber shader, something that is applied to everything in the scene. And when we do that shader, we basically write out to a second texture. That second texture, I can probably actually just show on screen. It's probably useful. Where's the post process? There it is. Hey Xavier, how's it going? So if I do this and I don't show the actual output and I show the texture that we're writing out, and hope that I did that correctly. What did I do wrong? I didn't save the file. It is important that you save the file if you want effects to happen. So this is the texture that we're writing out. Obviously, this only applies to meshes that have the data defined. So for each vertex in a mesh, we basically get to define some data, and you can see the flashing here too. So again, this is debug mode. So I'm doing this to exacerbate the issue. But yeah, so every mesh has some data per vertex, which in my case, I've set up so that we get data per face. We do a Sobel filter on the difference in those colors in the image, and that's what draws us the outline. So anywhere you see extra red there, we can pull that back in and you should see an outline where any of those reds were. But yeah, this is I don't want to say horribly unperformant, but it's not great. So to fix that, I did a full re-implementation the right way. And as far as I can tell, the performance is significantly better. Just curious what the roadmap will be of Bevy in 2025. Is there any blog you posted? Bevy doesn't do roadmaps. It doesn't do like targeted release dates and stuff like that. Bevy does a release chain, like a release train, if you will, the same way that the Rust project does, in a sense. So, like Bevy 0.16 is going to be the next release. If you want to know what's in 0.16, pull up the website here. You can go to the Bevy repo. You can go to the milestones. You can go to 0.16. And here's everything that is marked with a 0.16 tag. Obviously, you can see there's no due date. There's like an approximate 3 to 4 month between releases for Bevy. And the train just keeps going, basically, and the release goes out every 3 to 4 months. And whatever makes it in, and whatever misses the train goes out in the next release. So in terms of roadmap, the best you'll get is probably Bevy 0.15 all the way at the bottom has like, not at the full list. This what's next section in the Bevy 0.15 post kind of hints at what people want to work on and what they are spending time on. Bevy scene notation is a big one. That's something that Cart is working on. Font support, Cosmic Text got in 0.15. So there's still some work to do there. Picking got in 0.15. Still some work to do there. There's a new Bevy CLI and a Bevy linter that are being created currently that actually currently work. I'm using them for side projects and stuff. It's kind of nice. Focus abstraction actually made it in, so that's definitely true. Immutable components I've seen some work on. I don't remember if these PRs have made it in already or not. No standard is being actively worked on and progressed every week. And then I think actually retained rendering is just kind of like a, hey, we need to do some more work on the retained rendering thing that was merged in 0.15. So as you can see here, it's kind of like stuff that is already being done and less like what is getting merged in September or whatever. You want to contribute, but you don't know where to start. Can you give you some pointers? Do you know Rust or anything like that? Going bad, you sprained your ankle. Maybe broke it, can't walk a single meter. Did not sleep 1 second, lots of pain. That's really unfortunate, Xavier. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you put weight on it? Like, are you able to stand on it? Or is it like a complete, can't put any weight on it? I have a lot of experience with sprained ankles. I played volleyball for, I don't know, 20 years or something. So I think for 10 to 15 of those, I sprained my ankle pretty badly once a year. No weight on it. That's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you've been learning Rust recently. You can say it's going good, you guess, and you seeing advent of code in your videos too. Yeah, cool. So if you're just learning Rust, or just starting to get involved, one thing that is really useful is that there are issues in general in the Bevy repo. Some of these have or like need reproductions, right? See if we can maybe find one. You're going to want to look for something that probably takes a little bit less context. So like Bevy panics when trying to load a single mesh from a GLTF containing an armature is probably not the one that you're going to work on, especially since this panic is GPU related. So that'll be probably a little bit tougher for you to look at. But this one, for example, some Rust analyzer error in example bounding 2D. Looks like that one's already resolved. But this is what I would do, basically. There are two things, if you are just learning, that you can do. One of them is go through the issues like I was just doing. Find one that you feel like you can put some work on or do something light on. And do a reproduction or something like that. The other one is on pull request side. Some of these have, they need review, basically, right? So if you go into one of these pull requests, you find something that looks interesting to you. This has a showcase, for example. This is like, hey, what's it? Proportional scaling for the sprites texture. So you read this, you go, Bevy sprite image lacks proportional scaling for the underlying texture. Many cases it's required. For example, if it is desired to support a wide variety of screens with a single texture, it's okay to cut off some portion of the original texture. Here's the solution. You should read that as well. And then they say, here's the showcase. It looks like they used sprite scale. I'm not sure where they got the showcase from. But find this example in their work. So if they don't mention it explicitly, it'll probably be in the actual files. So you can look in here and go, okay, they changed the sprite scale example here. Examples 2D sprite scale. Pull the repo, run the sprite scale example. My GitHub doesn't ever want to keep up with me. Do the sprite scale example. Make sure it looks like this. And if it looks like this, then come down here, leave a comment, or go over here to files changed. Click review changes and go, hey, this worked for me. Here's a screenshot of the output on my computer. I'm using, Mac OS, whatever, or I'm using Windows, or I'm using Linux. Leave the screenshot, say, hey, this works. Here's my result. Hit approve. You don't have to worry about hitting approve and somebody being like, yeah, we'll just merge it then. It's not going to be on you to merge it or anything like that. So you can basically just say, hey, this worked for me, give an approval. Those community approvals are really useful. So that's probably where I would start if you want to get into contributing. Obviously, some of these are going to be far more complicated. Like I imagine this relationships PR it requires a lot of context. It's very much in the middle of like a large architectural shift. So I probably wouldn't do this one specifically. It's also like a giant PR. So, 114 files changed. Might be harder for somebody who's just learning Rust. But like here, somebody has a from world derive macro. They implemented a from world derive macro. Maybe you go in here and you're like, hey, can I even use the macro to do something? Right. That's how I would get started with contributing anyway. Or your PR and refactoring GLTF. Does that need reviews? Which one is that? Nope, that is not the right search. So 15994 refactor GLTF loader load GLTF. This is a refactor, kind of an arbitrary split. Do you have? Looks like it needs to be rebased. Also looks like it's waiting on you. Yeah, it needs review, basically. So this needs to be reviewed by anyone. So if you look at this PR, you run it, you say, hey, I was able to run whatever examples exist in this PR. They worked on my computer. They didn't crash. That's useful. I think that kind of review is one of the things that people always feel like they can't do for some reason, because so many other open source projects are like super toxic to that kind of thing. But Bevy is very supportive. Bevy is very much like, hey, if you are going to come in, we have a lot of PRs, tons of volunteers working on this. If you come in and you say, hey, this PR worked for me, this PR did something that works, that is a useful signal, right? This is also a refactoring PR, so it's probably pretty low. Like if you try to take this and something doesn't work, it's supposed to work exactly the same as like 0.15.1 does. I assume there's no functional changes in this. So it's also a good one to PR, or a good one to review in that aspect. Because like if you have a GLTF file laying around, you can try to load it. If it loads the same as it loads on 0.15, then this PR is working. Actually, yeah, hopefully no functional changes. That's the goal. But yeah, that's where I would get started. I'll leave this open in case I have time later. Okay, so the one thing that I haven't figured out, and since Hukasu's here, maybe they can help out. We've got unknown vertex attribute happening in the current demo. I cannot get this warning to go away. I think that the color 1 is just always going to be there. So I'm a little bit less concerned about it. But the TLDR for this is that I have attributes and color attributes. Is this big enough? Preferences. Yeah, we're scaled up. Maybe a little bit more. So when I go into this cube here, which is my demo cube for what we're doing, and I go into vertex paint, I can paint these vertexes and whatever, and I'm painting on that section color attribute. I learned that the only way to get additional attributes to export is to prefix them with an underscore. This seems to be a combination of GLTF and Blender. Blender has a bunch of attributes that they don't want to re-export, so they need some kind of identifier, and they chose underscores. All attributes are vertex underscore something. Are you sure? The barycentric coordinates example didn't have vertex in the name. Also, the GLTF that I was looking at did not have, like the attributes that come in from the GLTF file are not prefixed with vertex. Also worth mentioning that this is a custom vertex attribute. So the thing that I need is this is not working for some reason, and I don't know why. Currently. So anyway, to finish up what I was saying, the section color here, prefixed with an underscore, is something we can vertex paint. That is currently set to being a color, which to my understanding is an RGBA, like VEC4 F32. That gets exported into this for attributes for that cube. So the attribute is definitely there. And then in main, we have to specify that vertex attribute with its name, some unique ID that we picked randomly, and the format. My understanding is that this will get converted automatically if it can be into this format, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And then we have to set the GLTF plugin to be aware of that. You think I have to set that to be section color? That is, I can show you that that is not true, actually. I'm totally cool with just like running through a couple of the things that are easy to change. So if this wall works, this cube on the right should get an outline. But that doesn't change it either. It's notable that this Mex vertex attribute here is Bevy's name for it. So this is basically like disconnected serialization, if you will. This vertex attribute name is what is in the GLTF file. This vertex attribute name is what we're calling it inside of our Bevy application. And it does a mapping from one to the other. So there is an example in the Bevy examples repo for these vertex attributes. They do the same, similar kind of thing, right? They have barycentric here, float 32 by 4 underscore barycentric, right? And I think that this one doesn't have an issue unless I messed something up. Yeah, okay. So the other thing that I was looking at is if you have a format that doesn't work. So for example, the barycentric coordinates are float 32 by 3, not float 32 by 4. Then it will also fire that warning. Cargo run example custom attribute. So this works because it picks up the coordinates correctly, because it's working with float 32 by 3. But if you change that to float 32 by 4, I really need to figure out my formatting situation for the Bevy repo. This breaks. And this breaks with a ton of warnings, but basically it drops. Barycentric has float 32 by 3, but expected float 32 by 4. So we do get the like, hey, the format was different kind of vibe here. I guess the question, am I on 15? No, I'm on the custom render phase. Okay, maybe let's do GCO release. This shouldn't have updates, but we'll pull regardless. So let's run this. So the last thing that I'm checking here is basically, does the 0.15 release version work? Or was there a fix on main? You didn't realize the GLTF context was different. Yeah. So basically we're going from Blender to GLTF. GLTF has things described in the way that Blender exports them with specific names. This tries to adhere to the GLTF spec. I believe that spec has that underscore requirement. Not 100% sure on that. And then we get to basically serialize that name in. So we get to convert that name into anything that we're using inside of our Bevy application, the same way that you would like do whatever other serialization with Serday or something like that. So they could be the same. We could name them the same. I am just choosing not to. It also doesn't seem to be the typical approach. This example is taking forever to compile for some reason. It looks like Blender might have been painting color indexes instead of RGBA. What do you mean by color indexes instead of RGBA? But you can see that this does have that issue. What do you mean by color indexes instead of RGBA? You mean byte colors? In Blender, when I hover over the attribute, index into a palette? What do you mean by index into a palette? You mean like, you want me to index into... Not sure I know what you mean. When I covered over the color attribute. So let me do this then. If we do add a new color attribute, a new color attribute has a domain, so it's vertex or face corner. I believe that we were using face corners for the vertex colors before. So that's what I chose. I might want to try vertex, I guess. But if we hover over color here, RGBA 32-bit floating point values. So F32s. Our other option is byte color. That's the index of the attribute to use in the 3D view. Yeah, so I'm painting into the section color. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. You're thinking that this index has something to do with the data that's getting written out? But we are painting this attribute. So we should have everything, as far as I can tell. And like it is getting written out into the GLTF. So like the GLTF side of things doesn't feel like what's wrong here. But this can't even find the attribute. So in the GLTF it's all caps. I can definitely like I'm at this point I'm kind of open to trying whatever because it doesn't really like I don't know what the answer is right now. I'm at the point where I'm like about to fork Bevy and start putting logs in. Yeah. So the other thing is like the example on main works. Right? This has format 32 by 3. So if it recognizes that, why does this have double underscores? That seems interesting. Which file is this using? This is using custom GLTF 2D Barry centric. Let's go for assets, models, Barry centric. So this has a double underscore Barry centric. Do we think it's that silly? Do we think there's just like an extra underscore? I did copy the name from the log warning messages. It is the exact same. I can do that too. Exact same. Let me get rid of cube section here. So this should theoretically have a different behavior. Oh, that is really awkward. Do we think that? I think that's a bug, right? Is that a bug? Feels like a bug. We had to double underscore the name inside of Blender. So we've looked at the example. The example has a double underscore in front of Barry centric, but in the code, it only has one. So I think what that says to me is that we theoretically don't need the underscore in Bevy. So we could do this. This should fail because it's the wrong name, right? Cool, that fails. That's good. And then if we do one underscore here, save and export. Oh, Xavier, what is the short key for closing this? That is, that I can use to move this over to the right. I couldn't for the life of me remember. So let's get rid of, let's call that double. So this should work then? Unless I totally mess up the name, which is not Blender or Bevy's fault. Yeah, okay, so we, in the GLTF loader, apparently it strips that underscore. Thank you, appreciate you. That was, I was working on that like yesterday or the day before or something, and I was like, I can't remember how to close this panel, and it's gonna drive Xavier crazy on stream. Yeah, so the issue is in Blender, we need an underscore because that underscore, if we go into the GLTF export and we go to data and we go to mesh, you have to select attributes here. This checkbox exports attributes when starting with underscore. So anything that is in Blender that we define that is custom has to have an underscore. In Bevy, however, that underscore apparently gets like stripped when adding a custom vertex attribute to the loader. So I think this example is confusing and I should submit a PR. Let's see. What do we call this? We call this let's go with something gigantic. And then the thing that I want to do here is GLTF file. A GLTF file has an attribute name with 2 underscores, underscore, underscore, barycentric. So I don't know if we want to change the behavior here, but I know that a docs comment PR is going to get merged a lot faster. So this could get an issue and code fix. But I think it's worth pointing out the current state even before changing anything. OCD and Asperger's. Probably slightly both. Can't count how many doctors said that. Yeah, well, I mean, that happens. Maybe add a doc comment to the add custom vertex attribute method. Have I looked at the doc comment for the add custom vertex attribute method at all since I started working on this? Register a custom vertex attribute so it's recognized when loading a GLTF file. Name must be the attribute as found in the GLTF data. That is not true, actually. I actually think this is a bug. Let's see if somebody's filed this issue. Issues. Nope. PRs. This added the initial support. It had to when it was introduced. I think this is just a typo. Could do with a lot more explanation. Yeah, fair. I'm glad the policy is to have GLTF files because I would have not found this as easily. Yeah, the GLTF loader is stripping at least one underscore. I think it's worth putting the doc comment in because I know the doc comment will get merged sooner. And then if it is a bug, then we can fix the bug as well. But it's not just worth fixing things, it's also worth describing the current state of things. I think this is where people will come to learn how to do this. I don't really feel like a lot of people make it here first. And even if they do make it here first, then the example here will also have that dot comment. So this will show up. I don't know how many people are doing custom attributes. Honestly, Neopallium. Also, a lot of people like do things and then like figure it out for themselves and then don't like fix it upstream. Because like this isn't really a hard blocker for anybody, right? Like you hit it, you figure it out, you move forward with that knowledge. Let's do git add you, git commit. What do I want to say? Add docs to custom vertex attribute example. I'll add more in the PR, I guess. Not main. Git push you origin. What did I call this branch? I like not having the branch name in my terminal line when I'm working on things, but definitely sometimes it would be useful. Okay. I don't think we've done a PR on stream before, so. The Bevy example. So the GLTF loader seems like it strips an underscore when doing the name comparison for custom attributes. The Bevy example, GLTF. What was the name of this one? God, VS Code is like, I can't right click half the time. Copy relative path. And then let's grab the actual link instead of just hoping somebody can find it. Baryocentric. I'm going to use the permalink, which I get to with Y. Found the line responsible for the extra underscore, extras, ref name, format. Let's try to find that. Oh, it's in GLTF JSON, so it's not even a Bevy thing. Also, here's what GLTF is if you ever wanted to know that. So let's see, format name underscore. That is not what I was doing. Format name underscore code. 19 files. I think that's good enough. So I think the Bevy docs should hint to not include the leading underscore when giving it the name. Yeah, I don't know how much they want of like, hey, when you do this in Blender, whatever. I think it's worth calling out that the example has 2 underscores and that's what's happening. I don't know how far we want to get into like, oh, when you do this with Blender, then it will come out like this or whatever. So I'll let reviewers basically say, hey, this is good or not. Which file was it in? Image, texture. Maybe I just go from the code instead of trying to search for it. GLTF JSON, source, mesh. joints, weights, text chord, extras. Yeah. So this is relevant for sure. So what's the answer there then? The answer there is when doing a comparison, we probably get the underscore added. Do we pull an underscore off? Yes. I don't know that these are the only two locations, and we haven't actually checked that this is the behavior that's relevant, but it's pretty close. Convert attribute and vertex attributes for Bevy GLTF. Thank you, by the way, for looking up this code so that I don't have to jump around. You're basically the reason that this is going to have links in the PR. So extras, name as stir, adder computer. Oh, you said 341. 341 is not a. Oh, that's the wrong. Is that what's calling that? Convert name as stir. Name is where's name? Converted values, attribute format loaded, wrong format. Semantic extras name, that's the internal. I don't think that's what that is. I think we're skipping this. I'll include this as like a relevant spot, but I don't think. Why is it? There we go. I think we're skipping some of their handling there. Line 273. Yeah, the asster. I think the asster doesn't do the conversion. Right, because we're doing custom vertex attributes, get, name asster. So the extras here won't have it. So when we do the lookup, it won't have that extra underscore. I think that because I think that this is stored without the underscore, and if you toString it, it adds it back. So if it's stored without the underscore, then when we do the lookup, it needs to not have the underscore. So we could optionally add that back, which feels silly. But yeah, I think you're right. This is the right place to look for that code anyway. At least this is a good explanation for. This extra underscore is redundant and does not appear if this underscore is redundant. So basically we have 2 underscores in the GLTF file for the barycentric. This results in we needing 1 underscore when we write the name, but that underscore is actually not relevant to the underscore handling behavior. That's just because we named it with an underscore. So the extra underscore is redundant when you do things like export from Blender, because Blender only requires a single underscore. GLTF JSON will strip that underscore, and then Bevy will compare against the stripped version. Solution. Add docs detailing the behavior. This is not something that really needs to be tested or whatnot. No migration guide, etc. So this is a little bit of a, I'm not going to say it's overkill per se. Probably people who already know how this works would be fine. The reason I wanted to write more here, especially for just like a docs comment update, is that if anybody tries to search for this in the GitHub issues, they'll now find this. This will now explain to them exactly what's going on. And then anybody who works on it in the future could theoretically choose to change the behavior using this information without having to do a full rundown and like investigation. GLTF file here has an attribute named with 2 underscores. 1 is stripped to do the comparison here. Yeah, create breadcrumbs basically. And I think this is C docs. Whoops. Let me look at the labels here. I don't know if this is strictly speaking docs, but I'm going to do docs needs reviewer. Unless sometimes Alice gets this before I even CDocs needs review. Alice can be a speed machine sometimes, and we'll just sneak in here before I can figure out even what to label it. From the GLTF specs, application-specific attribute semantics must start with an underscore, for example, underscore temperature. Application-specific attribute semantics must not use unsigned int component type. I think there's a reason for the unsigned int thing. I think there's like support issues with unsigned ints. Rendering wise and stuff. I think that you need, yeah, because Meshlets uses integer atomics, and I think that even with the feature enabled, you have to use signed integer atomics. I was reading something about this from the people working on it at one point. Attributes, yeah, so a GLTF requires the underscore. Bevy, or not Bevy, Blender requires you to have the underscore to do the export. So this underscore here is required. Otherwise, when you do the GLTF export, it won't show up. I don't know how to get rid of the color 1 export, actually. This like color attributes and attributes here. If I delete one, they both get deleted. And I think color attributes is responsible for color 1. So luckily, we don't have to care about that. But yeah, so this needs an underscore to be exported in the first place. Blender will export that to the GLTF. The GLTF will come into Bevy, at which point, when we add the custom vertex attribute, we add it without the underscore, even though it's with an underscore with the GLTF file. And then this name up here is just something else. So I can get rid of this little test thing here now. Run this example. Only took an hour to debug GLTF. But now we've got this outline-based GLTF, which is the important part. I don't know what to do about color 1 down here. I could silence the warning by adding the custom attribute. Oop, not push. But this is like weird. Color 1. Actually, I have no idea what color 1 is. I think the color 1 warning might just live with us. The GLTF has the double underscore, yes. So if we look at the Bevy example itself, that's part of what made it confusing. The example itself has 2 underscores. Later. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, did I write color? No. It's color underscore 1 for sure. In the GLTF file, you can see that it's color underscore. I think they're using that as an index. So there's a couple of like specially named, which we are actually just looking at. If we look at I think it's the add. You can see that position gets named position, colors is some vec of colors, which then gets with the underscore added. So position, normal, tangent, hard-coded. Color, text, coord, joints, and weights are also hard-coded. And then we've got like extra random stuff. Okay, all that to say, I think this demo is good to go. Let me commit that, make sure it runs. It runs. Also, I integrated picking into the example, which is fun. Works on all meshes, which is sick. I thought that in here, I feel like determining what faces have what colors is really annoying. Blender won't let you import the GLTF, the one with 2 underscores. That's really interesting, actually. I feel like it's unreasonably hard to figure out what colors that I've painted on something. It just silently does nothing. Great. I mean, that might have been even a handcrafted GLTF. I don't even know. Specular cavity. Blur, average, smear, select box. I wish it were easier to tell exactly what color was on these. Because it looks all pretty much the same. Toggle X-ray. I don't think we get anything else. Maybe there's a different program that will do vertex painting better. But yeah, so let's get into... With that fixed, we can now integrate this into the actual game. You get an eyedropper from the color strip. Where's the color strip? An eyedropper from the color strip. I promise I'm not being intentionally obtuse. I have no idea where that is. And I have messed up my menu. Circle lasso box, annotate. Go into paint mode. Yeah, I'm in vertex paint mode. I have the paint brush selected at the moment. Oh, you mean texture paint mode? Select the color and press E. Oh, you mean this? Yeah. Okay. But that is not, I don't think that is actually the color. Because yeah, I feel like one of these should have been white and it's not. I kind of wish I could do this with like a UV map. I feel like doing it in 3D is kind of awkward, but maybe that's just because I am... You have to do extra work for it to be screen space color. Oh, yeah. That makes more sense. Because like this will just pick anything, right? So it's the color that shows up here. It's not the color on the cube. In any case, doesn't matter. We've got edges to detect. So all that to say, let's get rid of this extra stuff. All that to say, I think we can improve our performance for the game pretty significantly. Let's keep that around, actually. So I need to get rid of the old implementation first. I think that GLTF extras debug, Uber example. Maybe the Uber example is the right place to start. This has the post-process plugin and the materials plugin. Updates the shader buffer for the sphere data. The storage texture is going to go away. So maybe we start there. So Uber material. We are currently doing a storage texture here. This storage texture goes away. This should break a couple of things. We don't want this image anymore. We don't need to update this anymore. This is one of the things that was actually, I think, causing performance issues. Because basically, in the new implementation, we're entirely on the GPU. We'll use a custom render pass to render out specifically. And then we have that provided to the post-process. On the old implementation, we're using a storage texture, which is set up on the CPU and then given to the GPU. But then also, to do the clearing of that image, we do it on the CPU. So we're like tossing that back and forth every frame. Which is, the further we got into that prototype, the more I was seeing render pass features come out of it. We don't need to extract here. We don't need to add this here. I think in main, maybe we don't handle this yet. This image handle, vec. Color images, that doesn't exist anymore. This doesn't need to be there anymore. These colors are no longer going to be valid, but that's a future problem. Let's do the example. So we get rid of the texture, we get rid of the images. I think we don't need these images anymore at all. Let's do in lib. We're going to want pub mod. What did I call this over here? I didn't call it anything over here. I think let's get rid of all of the unused imports first. The the list of code and imports and stuff here. Man, the writing GPU code is heavy boilerplate. Let's do section texture. I don't know if I want to put this in something that's like called render pass or something, but I think section texture is fine for the moment. We might split this up a little bit more in the future. Non-max is something that is basically like niche storage, but using the max value instead of like the 0 value. This is used inside of Bevy's renderer. The post process already exists, so I think we'll leave that. So this is everything that we would need to generate the actual texture. We can cover what this does probably at a high level because there's 1,000 lines of code, but I probably want to rename this from custom phase to section texture. Maybe I put this in a special folder dedicated to that. That's this file. So let's pull this over. And yeah, I think I want to do section texture.wgsl. We've got some custom shader defs in here. We've got some cool stuff going on. So we'll definitely cover this after we get it working. Post-processing also is going to require some changes. It's not that much of a change, but this WGSL file was effectively a copy-paste from the other one. So I think we've got Git, so we're safe. I think that this is effectively a copy-paste. So a couple extra lines of code here. Special value handling. I don't even know that we need 0 here, but we have it. I'm doing an extra sample here as well. Not a sample, a load, but and then post process here. I don't remember whether I pulled this from my code or if I started from the original. I think I pulled it from my code because we still have that weird sampler that doesn't need to be here. This sampler doesn't need to exist. So I think this is my code, which means that I can just copy and paste this in entirely into this post process. This post process currently has an error because it's using that section extract component, uniform component. Create section texture is no longer what we need. We need create section texture, section texture. Cool. This will crash currently if we don't do HDR. So I do have to add HDR to the camera. I think I'll show that crash first, I think. But I basically hard-coded HDR here because I wanted the additional space in the texture that I'm rendering out. And I didn't feel like piping up other things. So this is now an effect that can only happen in an HDR application, which is totally fine. Totally fine for our use case anyway. We need to... I don't know how to do this in a plugin. The GLTF plugin itself is a default plugins, right? And it feels weird to have to add the custom attribute in my main file, but I think I do actually have to do that. And then we need these two. So that'll go in here. This we'll get rid of a couple of these things that we're not using anymore in the example. Our main is here. I think this is the only one we have to actually add. We already have the other one. So this will go here, the section texture phase plugin. And then this needs to go on default plugins. So we're customizing the behavior of the GLTF loader to handle that custom section color that we just were talking about before. Again, I don't know that I love needing to set this up outside of the plugin. I can't think of a way to not do that though. Like plugin customization from other plugins feels weird. Okay, so let's get rid of some of these unused imports and stuff. I should have run this example before so that we knew what it did. This is the picking stuff. There's some components that need to happen on the camera. And then there are post-process settings I think we already have. Yeah, that's something you've noticed. There's a little gap in the modularity of plugins. Yeah. So we're going to put the sections prepass on the camera. We're going to use the post-process settings. That's all good. MSAA is off in the example, and I think it's on here. I don't think it matters, but good to know. Good to keep in mind. We do need HDR. So our camera here is going to get HDR. Cargo run example. Uber. And I'm expecting that I forgot something. Compositional default plugins configuration would be a nice feature. Not sure if there's a good way to do it without some changes to Bevy or doing some code gen macro stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is there. This is using the depth buffer in the Uber material. The Uber material is something that we actually have to change. I think that we just get to remove everything that was doing this before in the Uber material. Because the material itself used to be responsible for writing out that storage texture, but that storage texture doesn't exist anymore. So this binding doesn't exist anymore, which means that unfortunately I have to go through this line by line. This doesn't need to be used anymore because we don't need to use the fork. So we're back on Bevy PBR, which is great. This texture store with the vertex colors is no longer necessary. So that whole like depth buffer thing that we were trying to do last stream, no longer necessary. Not found, post-processing, not found. Did I not save this file? Path not found, assets post-processing.wgsl. Oh, it's in shaders. I changed the location in the post-process. So this is in shaders post-processing. Cool. Yeah. When I copied it over, I didn't change the path. Absolutely. Let's do... where's our camera? Not in main, in examples. Camera... SAA, I can never remember. Off. We don't multi-sample, or we don't support multi-sampling at the moment, so it is what it is. Okay, and then that is it. And because we're using the vertex colors, I think that we end up with this like blackened cube here because we have vertex colors set on it. So let's look for our cube. This is using the normals and setting the normals to things. So this is like 0.2, 0.6, and 1. So if we change this, we should be able to see like a reddish cube here. So you can see how the vertex colors are kind of being set there. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Related to the past, but in Blender viewport shading options for solid, you can select flat lighting. Once done, the color picking should be the correct color. Okay. Maybe I should do that when I'm vertex painting. Attribute color isn't what I want to set here though. Attribute section color is what I want to set. So here, all we're doing is taking the normal, doing some fairly arbitrary calculations here, and then setting that section color attribute, our custom, which should be enough. So this is now a blue cube. The interesting thing is it doesn't feel like we're getting let's do a texture load here. Doesn't feel like we're set up correctly. Texture dimensions, texture 2D, sampler. I overwrote this, so the bindings should be correct. Oh, you know what I didn't do? There's one more thing we have to do. For anything that we want to have, or be represented in the section texture, we actually have to draw a section on it. Now, this is not necessarily something that is required, right? So this could be, this is a piece of code actually that handles whether this is true or not. If I go into the file here, we got a draw section. So this has marker in our Q custom meshes. Basically, when there are visible entities that have mesh 3D, we check to see if they have the marker component. We could get rid of this. And then I don't think we actually like would see outlines anyway, because nothing else has the section colors. But I think I could go back to this, get rid of this, and then this should also still have the outline. Right. So now it's not using that component. Now it is using the component and it doesn't have it, so it won't have the outline itself. Doesn't have the outline. So there's a number of ways we can configure this. I am choosing to, for anything that I want to have an outline on it, to draw a section. I like being able to have control over this. I don't know if I want it to be safe list or block list. Right now it's safe list, like enable things, even if they have the data. It could be block list where we do like a don't draw. I chose to go in the safe list direction. So what that does mean is that anything that we do want to have an outline has to not only have the section color data, but it also has to have this draw section component. Nice hat. Thank you. Do I recommend Avian or Rapier 3D? Depends on what you're doing. Depends on what you're doing. They're both very solid packages. I think Rapier 3D is probably better suited to simulation, and Avian is probably better suited to gameplay. But obviously, gameplay is a wide topic, right? Like if your gameplay is very simulation based, maybe Rapier is better. How does it handle having a draw section on something that doesn't have the data? The data just doesn't get... See, do we have another thing that I can put this on? We have that sphere, right? Circular base. There we go. So the circular base doesn't have the data. And it just doesn't get handled. Right. To write something to the texture that... I don't remember if I covered what this is actually doing. Did I cover what this is actually doing? Should I explain what this is actually doing? But if I go down here and I show you the texture, this is the post-process pass with the texture. So the only place that we actually have data in that texture is that cube currently. It could be other places. It is just the cube at the moment. Which is why we get the outline around the cube. Your problem is that Avian seems inaccurate. You did a capsule cast downwards on a plane and it gave back... Yeah, I mean, if you think you have a bug in Avian, file an issue on Avian for sure, right? I think physics engines are super complicated, and what it sounds like to me is that your plane actually isn't 0, but... I feel like also the capsule cast downwards, to get that to be 0, 1, 0, you would have to be absolutely perfectly casting a completely vertical capsule on a completely horizontal plane. And that seems fraught. Right? Like, I think if you have a rounded surface that is impacting a flat surface, the round surface to hit exactly the point at which it's horizontal feels very tight. If you actually have to require that, that feels weird. But again, if you have an issue with Avian, if you think it should be doing something that it's not doing, file an issue. They are very good about dealing with stuff in general. Okay, so our example's working. Need to port it to the actual game now. So in main, we're going to need the same changes we made to the example, which is going to be the section texture phase plugin alongside the default change. pull that in. Let's pull this in. Let's pull this in. Yada, yada. And then we need our camera to be HDR. We can get rid of the prepass now, which is good. I like that. Or the depth prepass anyway. We might bring the depth prepass back in the future, but we actually don't need it for our current effects. So we get rid of this color stuff. Maybe just comment that out. Sections prepass. Get rid of this image. MSAA doesn't currently work with OIT anyway. Maybe we just turn MSAA off in general. Camera. I want HDR, true, and default. And then we will need draw section on anything that we want. So let's see if this runs at all first. While I read chat. You thought so, but why not in other engines? Because if it's a precision issue in other engines, it should be as well. Well, other engines almost certainly use like a whole bunch of other physics engines and stuff. Also, look at that. The performance is so much better. Yeah. So it could be anything, including and up to the fact that it does actually happen in other engines and that they're hiding that from you. Right? Like, at this point, without any additional information, we don't know whether it's a bug. We don't know if it's a difference in physics engines. We don't know if it is happening and they're using some significant digit rounding. Right? Why is that brown? I feel like brown is the wrong color. Oh, the vertex colors are back. Okay, yeah, never mind. Also, like, is it even a precision issue? Like, does it matter for the use case? Like, what are you using the cast for, you know? Okay, so now we need to change some of the data here. I guess we start with the box. Do we want to... I think I'm going to add an observer to every Mesh 3D and require the draw section on Mesh 3D to start with. So what we can do here, because it's just going to be on everything, is register required components. I think I actually have this in the example, so I'm just going to pull it from there. So for main, I think one of the things that I want to do here is register draw section for all mesh 3Ds. I don't know that this is the thing that I want to do long term. This also shouldn't have any effect on anything yet. The length is 7, but the index is 8. That's interesting. Maybe we don't look at that just yet. I think that might be related to the cube. So we have 4 platforms, 2 in the cube, 1 in the cylinder, 2 in the eyeballs, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, technically. So this is the cube. Let's do draw section here to start with. And then this cube needs to have not attribute color, but section color. So this cube should now have an outline. And it does. It also has the new filled in sides, which I'm really excited about. So how many meshes do we have in here? 4 for the platforms, 1 for the cube, potentially 3 for the cylinder. And then that would put us at 9 for the other cube. I feel like there's something wrong with the processing of the materials in the second cube. Do we still have that logic that we used to use? Scale cube, a wall, crate. Here's our crate logic. I think I got rid of some of that. I have a hunch that it's going to be this crate specifically. Don't want to do any of this when we find it. I just want to do draw section. So let's pull up the Bevy Inspector eGUI and take a look. Also, I'm significantly happier with the performance of this. The other performance was tanking quite a bit. Okay, so directional light, entity, character, crate root, crate cube. Yeah, there's 2 meshes in here. These would both have that component applied to them. Is there an issue with that? Draw section, the section group ID is also ours. So there's definitely 2 for the cube. Let's take a look at the character. Children, first character, cylinder and eyes. Oh, hold is hold. No, hold doesn't have a mesh 3D, thankfully. That would have been weird. Eyes, sphere, mesh 3D. So 1 for the eyes, 1 for the body. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 platforms, 2 for the cube, 2 for the player. That brings us to 8, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we've got an additional cube in the world, which would be 9. I guess the other thing to check is that empty on the platform. Right, we've got crate collection. We've got crate that feels weird. Platform, spawn point, no mesh on spawn point. One mesh on platform 1. I think platform is the original. Collider doesn't have a mesh, that's good. Mesh itself has a mesh 3D. Cool. So I think I've looked at enough of this. So theoretically, this should work. There is something that is causing this issue, so that's unfortunately deep inside of Bevy. Length is 7, but the index is 8. I almost feel like this is a 1 mesh per... Let's see what happens if we don't spawn this cube. Isn't register required components an internal method? You think you just want to use the require annotation on the component? I'm trying to use it on the mesh 3D, yeah. I'm trying to extend mesh 3D with an additional component because the outline is controlled by that vertex data, which is mesh 3Ds. Oh, it says Q custom meshes. Did I miss that? Oh, it does say that. That's what I get for not paying attention. So that'll be in here. Q custom message, meshes. Okay, so it says we have a panic for an index. Meshes, so TLDR, the whole effect altogether is generating that red texture that we then use for the outlines. We replaced the outline today, Krem. Things are going pretty well at the moment. We've got a potential bug in the pipeline code that I wrote. It's not an error on the query. I don't think so anyway. We can just throw random debugs in here. So let's do like info here, right? This should run once and crash, or at least run until the scene is loaded and crash. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we have? We have the render entity. I don't want the render entity. I want the actual entity. These are continues, so they're not crashing. Specialize, continue, distance. Is that this? I don't think so. We're not getting like an error. We're getting a panic. Yeah, I'm not using manual indices, so I'm not expecting that. My theory is I'm expecting a mismatch in some amount of data that I'm storing because that data is keyed by the main entity. And for some reason it uses the root entity and not the children. That's what I think it is. I do not want to get ahead of myself and say that that's definitely what it is. Let's say I'm going to narrow this down a little bit. Vertex attribute length has to be the same for all attributes, right? Vertex attribute. I don't think this is a vertex attribute thing. I can't think of anything that would have 8 vertices, right? I guess unless the normals weren't calculated correctly for one of them, is kind of what you're saying. But that would have been a problem with the... What would that be a problem with? That would probably be a problem with the cube, I guess. It's got to be in specialize. Yeah. It's in specialize for whatever's going on here. Log debugging, yeah. I mean, log debugging is like usually a pretty good thing. Let me look for our pipeline here. So section texture pipeline. We're trying to reuse the mesh pipeline. So it's possible I messed something up there. We've got a shader handle hard-coded here because we don't anticipate this being overridden or anything. You can find more complicated examples with the way that materials, like the trait works. We've got the bind group layout, which I guess I could be messing up. This is the function that gets called for specialize effectively. So actually, I think that I might have an unwrap in here. Yeah. Okay. I think I have messed up. Which one of these is undebuggable? Dynamic uniform index. That's fine. Do we want to unwrap? I don't think we want to unwrap. And then section groups also. Why did I put this in render? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh well. I guess I don't have an unwrap in specialize. This is the only thing that I can think of that is like indexy. Where's our specialize? The other problem is that there's 1,000 lines of code in this file. It's really unfortunate that GPU stuff is just so large. Okay, so if we've got attribute position, we set that in the shader. If we've got the section color, we set that for section colors. We also push the shader def in. If we go back a second, you tested adding draw section onto things that didn't have data. So this would be on a mesh that does have data, but has some bad data or something, wouldn't it? I don't think this is related to the data inside of the mesh. I think this is related to we're adding draw section to all mesh 3Ds. Maybe the first thing that I do actually is dump the name of all the mesh 3Ds. Maybe I have an unnamed mesh 3D in the scene somewhere. I feel like that would be weird, but it's worth checking. The issue is not the... It's not the component being added. It's the behavior that I do according to that result. Query. Let's do name. That's not how you write that. Name. Again, I guess I don't need that. With mesh 3D. For name in query. Let's do info name with the debug formatter. So this should just dump out all the names. Does it every frame. So hopefully we'll get to it before we hit our error. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then maybe some before this. Where's this log coming from? I've got a debug that I need to get out of here. Maybe I have a print line that I need to get out of here. On level spawn, query meshes, get any that have attribute color set, print them. So this is debug. There's the shader swap. Collider, mesh, collider. Okay, so we get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 meshes total. These are platforms. This is a named platform mesh. These are the 2 meshes from that crate cube. Do we only have 6? We have the player too, right? Why is the player not showing up here? Does it not have a name? And we only get through 4 of them. Theoretically, if we're in the same order, then it would be cube 20. I don't think that's true. Right, because this is just anything with a mesh 3D, right? Anything with a name in a mesh 3D. I guess theoretically there could be things without names. Yeah, no ordering. I'm not expecting ordering to be like that at all. I don't think we have any mesh 3Ds without names, because otherwise we would get them here. Is it the player that's the issue? One thing I could do is instead of doing the require, right? Do entity here. Draw section. And this should have largely the same behavior as the required component, except for the fact that it won't be applied to the player. I think it's the player. I think the player is the issue. Because that would have gotten platform and everything else. Right? So if we go in here, I open up inspector. I go into the level, children, create children, create root, colliders, GLTFs, children again, cube, children again, cube mesh. This does not have draw section on it. Render entity, section group ID. Huh. Yeah, and Blender names are not optional. Yeah. Okay. It's good to know that that's for sure. So, children, cube, mesh 3D, draw section. So draw section is on this mesh 3D. Draw section is not on the cube mesh. That feels weird, right? Mesh 3D, cube mesh. Draw section makes it to this cube. This cube has a mesh 3D. Draw section does not make it to this cube mesh, which also has a mesh 3D. Interesting. And then player also will not have it. So oh, this is for anything that has the vertex colors. Hang on. Let's do this. Okay. So confirmed that it is something in the scene. It is not either of the platforms, which makes me think it is the cube. Why would it be the cube? It would be the cube because in the level, if we go all the way down into children, create cube mesh, mesh 3D. This render entity is not registered in the type registry. That's unfortunate. Would have been cool to look at that ID. They both have sync to render world on them. Expected. GLTF material name, create outer, create inner. Let's look at so vertex attributes and shader defs, right? Vertex attributes for the specialized for our pipeline. If we have position, we set the position. This is now for the texture generation pipeline, right? So this is setting up all the GPU stuff required to make that red texture. In our WGSL over here, these line up. So attribute position, attribute section color, attribute position, location 0, location 0. Location 1 is color, location 1 is color. This shader def here, when we push this in, controls whether this color is there or not. That's why it works for things that don't have the color. Because we only do our processing if that shader def is set. Otherwise, we return nothing. This vertex buffer layout looks like the only thing here that has a question mark on it, and I don't have any unwraps. Let's get ourselves into the failure case here. Length is 7, but index is 7. Oh, did we get? Okay. I need to pretty print this because I can't read that. I don't know if y'all can read that. If you can read that, you're better off than I am. Let's see. Mesh buffer layout, attribute IDs. 5 attribute IDs, vertex buffer layout, stride 48, step mode vertex, attributes, vertex attribute, float 3, or float 32 by 3, which is a vec 3. Then there's a vec 3, then there's a vec 2, then there's a vec 4, which is, should be the color location. No, 1 is the color location. Interesting. I'm setting section color at shader location 1, but this layout has a vec 3 there. Is that true for the other one too? Attributes. This is 0. 1. I guess those are the built-ins too, right? 2. Layout.0 is the mesh vertex buffer layout. Whoa, AFK for a second progress. See, the error is now 7, but the index is 7. We're just applying it to a different set of meshes. So anything that currently has section colors is correct. The crate is what is not correct, I think. So actually, we can probably get... We could be more specific and just do the crate. I'm just going through this at the moment and lining this up line by line, which I know is not terribly the most exciting thing to watch, but This get layout is the only thing that could be failing, I think. So if it is in specialized, we should see pre and not post. You just agree you live for this? Cool. Well, as long as y'all are happy, I'm happy. Pre and post. Okay, so this is not failing, which means that none of this is failing because there is nothing else in this that can fail unless there's a hidden panic. Pipeline cache 516. I bet you there's a hidden panic. Pipeline cache 516. So what is that? That is Bevy render resource pipeline cache. Crates. Bevy render resource. Pipeline cache. And then we were at like 516. Which is get render pipeline descriptor? I think that's a separate. The length is 7, but the index is 8. This ID. So cached render pipeline ID in pipelines. Okay. Okay. So maybe related to the way that we've separated this out with the materials. The visceral debugging experience. So it's not pipelines that's throwing the issue. So maybe the right thing to do, well, the right thing, maybe not the right thing, but maybe a silly thing we could do. I've started calling all the things that I do that are just potentially really bad ideas silly things. Where's debug? Debug is here. This is probably only in the render world, right? Pipeline cache. Cache for render and compute pipelines. Cache stores existing render and compute pipelines. Yep. Unique ID. Deferred. Do I want to log this out? Is it worth logging out? This runs in... Oh, this is just from world. Wait, I'm in the wrong spot there. Let's post-process. Sorry, I've got multiple pipelines going on here. Section texture pipeline. Specialize, out of bounds. Pipeline cache is in queue custom meshes, which is where the issue was, right? So specialize on the pipeline cache. And then we can't get it to give it to specialize. That's what's going on. Right? Because if we go docs, pipeline cache, specialize is somewhere in here. Was it deref? Type aliases, traits. Thought I had pipeline cache. From sample forward any render queue get new pipelines. Where is that specialized coming from? Because pipelines is just the pipeline cache resource. Oh no, pipelines is specialized mesh pipelines. Why did I think it was pipeline cache? So it is, which is in the sidebar here. So that's this. This takes the pipeline cache. There's a custom shader instancing example over here. Maybe we take a look at that. And a specialized mesh pipeline example. Maybe we take a look at those too. A source for specialized here, then. Specialized slow with the cache. Vertex layout cache. Specialized pipeline, specialize. From key descriptor, layout map, cache get render pipeline descriptor entry get. That's the issue, I think. But we're not getting this error. And if it's vacant, it just gets inserted. Yeah, the actual, the panic is coming from pipeline cache, but it's coming from pipeline cache like get. We looked at that earlier here. Is it 516? This is what's panicking. So the pipelines has a cached render pipeline ID. It is looking for that pipeline. That pipeline apparently doesn't exist. So that feels weird. And I don't know where that ID exactly comes from. Right? We could do, I hate that in GitHub. You can't double click to select something anymore. So realistically, I think that there is just something that I missed when I was working on this, right? We've got two places, or one place that this is called, exactly one place this is called. Sorry. That is the specialized slow that we were just looking at. So specialized mesh pipeline takes the pipeline cache here. And the only place that is called is right here, cache get render pipeline descriptor. That's the entry. The entry has to be occupied for us to hit that. And this has to even... That's wild. This doesn't get called if you release. So if we run in release mode, this does what? What kind of backtrace do you get with Rust backtrace equals 1? Probably not any additional information, but I'll try it. That's interesting. Did we get rid of the cube earlier? I don't remember. Anyway, I still feel like we should fix this. Let's go for main. Where's cube? Yeah, we got rid of the cube. That's why we went down one, because I got rid of the cube that was sitting there in the middle. So effectively now, draw section is being placed onto every mesh 3D in the scene, some of which don't have the data. But that should be fine. I guess theoretically, we could have an issue. It just works in release mode. Yeah, because the if debug assertions are enabled, this is just a check, right? Like it's just checking to see if the cache can get the render pipeline. And this is actually panicking. So this is literally meant as a, hey, something's wrong alert for debug. Whereas that check is removed from production. So the question is, why isn't it there? And I don't have the answer, especially not offhand. What we do have is a couple of other examples that are similar, but not exactly the same. This one is shader instancing. Draw custom, rangefinder 3D. You'll see a lot of this logic is the same because a lot of it is meant to work with Bevy's mesh pipeline. So it's almost like boilerplate. Render mesh queue data. Specialize. Instance buffer, byte mock, custom pipeline with a shader path. This is roughly what we're doing. Specialize here for the custom pipeline. Descriptor vertex shader is a shader. Buffers gets this buffer. These attributes. Fragments. We are erroring out on basically that, right? So I feel like we have a silent error somewhere. Draw mesh 3D section texture. Mesh pipeline. With mesh 3D has the marker. We get here for most of them. Right? Q custom meshes is where the panic comes from originally. Do we have any other information? Not really, just that the pipeline isn't in the cache. Why wouldn't it be in the cache? Since MSAA is off? What do you mean? Oh, is it possibly the part where you're getting the MSA samples for the mesh there? I don't think so. Well, the other thing is that this code works just fine without that. So I could think I could delete that and it wouldn't even matter. So get mute. Okay, let's okay. I didn't want to go through all of the code, but I guess we haven't gone over it on stream either. So let's talk about what this is actually doing. This is a section texture plugin. So the whole goal of this pipeline is to be a render pass or a render phase that generates that red texture. To do that, what we want to do is take all of the meshes that exist in Bevy that Bevy is trying to render anyway. And we want to take those and we want to use the data associated with the vertices on those meshes to render out this additional texture. That's the entire purpose of this file. To do that, there's a number of things that we have to do. For example, draw section is optional, but it's something that we use to determine whether we should or should not draw the outline. The benefit that that gives us is that we can insert or remove draw section whenever we want an outline on a specific mesh to show or not show. I like having that control. We also have that control for the view, for the actual camera. We have a component on the camera. Section group ID is a separate piece, which we can get into later. It's not really relevant at the moment. But basically we need all of that data, and we get that from letting Bevy through its helper utilities, pull all of that out, shove it into a buffer, and then we give it to our pipeline. Right now, the reason I was working with register required components previously in this demo is I want to generate individual IDs for every mesh in the scene so that I can stack all of that data. I feel like this is a little bit wasteful, but it's not going to matter unless we have like way more meshes than we are probably going to have in this entire project. So we get basically a U32 that's incremented every time we insert this component for every mesh. And then we use that in our shader to do some calculations. The render app and the GPU code is extremely verbose, so I'm kind of just gonna skip over this, but go high level. We are implementing a sorted render phase as opposed to a batched or binned render phase. I think that we could do binned. The reason I'm doing sorted is because the example code that I was using does a sorted phase, but we don't specifically need this to be sorted either, because this also uses the depth comparison. So all of these could render in whatever order. It doesn't matter to us. We have to do extraction of data from the main world to the render world. We have to prepare our bind group, which is our data that we're actually going to give to the shaders, as well as the bind group layouts, which we'll see. Queue custom meshes is basically trying to get all of the visible mesh 3Ds, check to see if those entities have this marker component that we've extracted on them. And if they are in the scene and visible, then actually add them to the phase and render them. This is where we're crashing, roughly speaking. I think we crash in specialize because this tries to go get the pipeline and doesn't find it. We don't have anything in our code that I'm aware of that explicitly adds the pipeline, I don't think. But again, this is like 1,000 lines of code. It's easy to get lost in here. So we have our pipeline definition here. That's our mesh pipeline, the shader that we end up using, and the bind group layout specifically. When we create this, we create the bind group layout using the render device. This is a bunch of stuff that's usually handled by the material API for you, the material trait. We make our bind group layout data available in the vertex and fragment shaders. We're not using compute, so we don't need that. But there's a bunch of other options for that kind of stuff here. The uniform is a buffer. In our case, it has a dynamic offset because the stuff that we're packing into it is basically a buffer of all of those section group IDs. So we want to give a location for that for each. This is all like stuff that Bevy is capable of handling for us. Bevy will extract things from the main world, pack it into a uniform buffer for us effectively in the render world, and give us the dynamic index that we need, which is really nice. It's really nice to not have to manually do all that. We've got our specialized mesh pipeline, which is this example here. So that's one of the things that I was actually going to look at here to see if we were doing something that was obviously wrong. Our specialized here doesn't look like they're specialized. Right, implement specialized mesh pipeline for section. This is not specialized, this is queue. This is our queue, which is where we are seeing an issue. So this takes our phase, gets some of the mesh data. So that's this function for us, which is where our marker is that we were talking about earlier. Let's see here. We've got our loop. They've got the draw function outside of the loop. We have the draw function inside of the loop. I don't think that matters particularly. Maybe an extra non-lookup. This is looping over per view. So we've basically got like the camera is looking at the scene. When we want to see our view, it's going to be the same shape as the camera view effectively. So the things that we can see through the camera, the meshes that are there, are all of the things that we want to draw. So this is effectively saying mesh inside of camera view. Rangefinder render entities, they do mesh instance and mesh data. I think we do that too. Yep, mesh instance and mesh data. I don't think we're doing anything different here. Mesh asset ID, visible entity, same thing. They do a mesh key from the primitive topology. I think we only need to put things in the key that we actually care about. But in this case, we're doing the same thing. Then this is where we're failing. They have an expect here. Specialize. Maybe we should have an expect here. Is that an option? That's a result. Let's make it fail there. Yeah, it still doesn't even make it there. Which I guess makes sense because it's failing inside of specialize, right? Do we have anything interesting here? Draw functions, render phases, views, markers. Render phase. Sort key for the phase, the entity that we're going to render. Pipeline to use. Draw function, extra index we don't need. This is our node in the render graph. We query for some stuff. This is effectively like a system. So like the view query is just querying for, hey, give me this stuff that's on the camera entity. Then this runs. I don't think this is an issue at all. Render pass, tracked render pass, begin render pass, just some of the lower level WGPU-ish kind of stuff. That's not relevant anymore. We don't have any additional data in our error, do we? Index out of bounds is all we get. The section texture component holds the color attachment. This is similar to like the depth prepass or the normal prepass or something like that. Basically, you need to keep that color attachment around because if you're going to write to it, then you want to be able to, you know, access it and keep writing to it. Prepare section textures is doing that work. So sets the size according to the physical target of the view. Sets up our texture descriptor. In this case, we are swapping between HDR and non-HDR, but I think that for this effect, we always want this to be HDR. Right now, I'm solving that by just making the camera HDR because I'm not shipping this as a crate at the moment, so I don't need to go in here and make sure it like works in both cases. I think we want the HDR data. Then we put that in the texture cache with the render device, and we make sure that the clear color is black. So because we're using this now as this color attachment, WGPU is handling clearing at every frame, which means that we don't need to, like we did previously, send it back to the CPU to clear it or anything like that. This is also handling the resizing and stuff like that. So we're good there. This is the render command for our bind group. This is where we set our data effectively. This is where we take the bind group that we created with the component uniforms for the section group IDs, and we shove that in here. Item query dynamic uniform index is the component that will give us the ID. The bind groups we haven't covered yet, but they get created down here. This is like small amounts of code. The thing I would say about these things is that they are, if you were doing raw WGPU, this would all be like in the same function. But one of the nice things about working with Bevy is that it kind of chops up the places where you can put a bunch of this stuff. So in this case, we're creating the bind group, we're putting it into a struct, we're using it later, and then you can use those in different places and whatnot. So in this case, what we're doing is instead of maintaining the same resource over and over, we're just resetting all of the data. I wonder if that's the issue, actually. I don't think so. I think it's still pipeline related. Let's do uniforms.length, I think. No suggestions. Just hope that has a debug representation, basically. Make this a little smaller because I think that's going to be big. Uniforms, buffer binding, total size. 4. I think that's fine, but one of the things that I was curious about at some point is I know that not everything gets updated all the time unless you do specific things. Anyway, TLDR, I still don't know why this is an issue. Render entity, visible entity. This is creating its own mesh stuff. Are we adding check visibility? I don't think so. We don't have custom entities though. The meshes should already be doing that. So yeah. I think I'm still stuck at this gets all the way down to pre-render pipeline descriptor, right? ID is basically nothing. It's like U32++. Right, we make it all the way down here. I can show that though. Where is that? That is here. So we've got section group ID, which is a component that gets extracted. Section group ID has a from world implementation, and that is just getting a resource that I have right here and calling this generate ID function. So it's a U32 that gets instantiated at the beginning of the application. And then that number just gets bumped up, bumped up, bumped up, bumped up, bumped up. And we don't need to care about like access control or whatever, because we're doing this with a mutable resource and mutable world and whatever. So it may not be the best idea, but it only gets set each time on each component once. Okay, so I think I want to go back and do something a little bit more like only attach draw section to specific meshes and see if we can get one of them to fail specifically. I think these are our options. Right, so like if, I don't know, let's go with platform mesh because I think it'll work. Just make it pick one at random and keep running it. Just what I should do. Wait, I can as stir this, right? Okay, so this will do it on platform mesh. Should not crash. I'm assuming create cube mesh 0 will work by itself. 1 will work by itself. But if we do both, I think this crashes. Does not crash. It's not one of those. Okay, that's confusing. Let's see. Let's. Maybe I just have messed up data. Maybe there's nothing wrong with my code. Maybe I just messed something up. You know? Am I sure my contains is working? I mean, I can... Yeah, I'm sure my contains is working. What do you think it's doing? Oh, you misread it? Okay, cool. So all of those work. There is also cylinder stuff. Right, so we've got cylinder 1. It's going to come down to sphere, isn't it? Shit. No, because this is only operating on named meshes. If it doesn't have a name, then it won't show up here. It's only an issue when there are multiple of them. Which ones is it? Okay, this is... You know what we're going to do? I'm glad we have a small level. Okay, so this should crash, right? Does crash. Should crash, does crash. Platform mesh. It's platform mesh. Why? I don't know. But it's platform mesh only when there are other... Right? So theoretically, if that's true, we should be able to do this and see a crash. Do I have something like weirdly duplicated between these two? So platform mesh is fine by itself. Cube 22 is fine by itself. I think everything is fine alone. We checked that, right? But if you enable platform mesh with anything else, including hopefully sphere, Not sphere. So only there's some duplicated data between these cubes, I think. Try it with crate cube. Crate cube, yes. What is the issue? What could possibly be the same between these? It's not just cube 22. I think it's all cubes. It's all cubes. Only platform mesh triggers the issue. Everything else will run fine together. What is wrong with platform mesh? Is this because of the platform mesh using the same primitive topology key, but it's a different primitive shape? I mean, we're getting that from the mesh. This is from the key. The key in this function is the mesh pipeline key, which makes me feel like that's fine. Let me check the mesh pipeline key, I guess. MSA uses the highest 3 bits, yada yada. What kind of data is in here? Nothing that looks like it would be relevant. Normal prepass, depth prepass, HDR. Did I mess up the HDR key? I don't know how I would mess that up. Mesh pipeline key HDR. Yeah. This is the view key. The view key isn't what we want. The is the mesh pipeline key? Let's do this. Let's do mesh key, which apparently can't be debugged because it's going to be a bit field, isn't it? Actually, I think this is just in the wrong spot, but oh, I really hope that. Okay, good. Whew. Oh, I was gonna get very. Let's do post specialized, post mesh key. Those are fine. Name is in main, right? I don't want to log the names anymore. I don't want to log those names anymore. I want to get a little bit better of a output here to look at. So we have everything happening here. Everything has the exact same key without the platform mesh. when we have the platform mesh, this will crash. Oh yeah, if logging made it work, I would have been very... Oh. Okay, all of the keys are the same. So I think these are the MSA bits anyway. So what is the issue? What is the issue? What is the issue? What is the issue? Mesh pipeline key, mesh pipeline key. Primitive topology is fine. Sort key is float ord. There was something about when I was looking through this. There was a phase sort here. That uses rad sort inside of Bevy, but it is not exported. It says it's only for performance reasons, but I still can't see why that would be the issue. Cached pipeline phase item for section texture phase is just self.pipeline. This is going to be like a one-line change. I can feel it. It's going to be like a, oh, you didn't call get here or something, you know? Okay, the ID in the pipeline, cached in the pipeline cache. So oh, I never ran. Yeah, I never ran with. Let's do that. I don't anticipate getting anything from this, but since we're into backtraces, I'm going to make it smaller. Sorry, small monitor people. Okay, so we've got slice, totally expected, index, totally expected, get render pipeline descriptor. Yep, that's what we saw. Specialize slow and specialize, that's exactly where we were. Yep, so everything that we already knew. Queue custom meshes. Something wrong with my queue custom meshes, I guess. Render meshes. Render mesh instances. Then we crash here, right? If I remember correctly. Post mesh key. Post mesh key. We get into specialize. We get all the way to returning. Guess let's start moving stuff out. These aren't layout, but it's fine. And then that should be fine. This is just like self.mesh pipeline mesh layouts. This shouldn't be, actually don't need to move that out. That's not even accessing it. This is potentially view layouts, get view layout key. I don't think that's gonna crash, but at this point, just looking at anything that could be an issue. Yeah, there's nothing else here that could even be calling that. So it's got to be after, I think this whole specialize succeeds. So we end up with, yep, getting all the way through. Not an issue. Didn't really expect this to be the issue, but at this point. So this whole function is fine as far as I can tell. So I'm going to remove the debugging from it. Because I don't think there's an issue here. The Q custom meshes then at this point, we already have to have it in the pipeline cache, right? Isn't there an instrumentation thing that prints every into functions? You mean like tracing? You mean like rust log equals trace? This is going to be a massive amount of output. This is never fun to read, if I'm being honest. If you're here and going, wow, I need to be reading this, you've made a mistake at some point. Hell yeah, Trace. Oh, this is not what I wanted to be doing. This is the this stuff isn't relevant. It would be further back. I don't even know that my terminal can handle. Oh, yeah. The return value, you mean? Yes. Yeah. You can instrument the return value. I just don't think that that's the issue. Like, I don't think that I think that specialized function is succeeding. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Jeez, this is so much output. Give up now? I think I'm gonna give up when it hits the scroll back limit, which is there. Yeah, I'm not gonna. No way that I am reading all of that individually. I don't even think that's gonna be the issue. Okay, out of bounds. Length is 7, index is 8. Why? It's only for the platform mesh, right? Yeah, you're better off running into a text file. The issue is I don't even know what to look for if I'm gripping that. Okay, let's take a look at the platform mesh inside of Blender and see if there's anything interesting about it. I don't think there is. These three all have the same material. This one has a different material. We don't use the material, so it shouldn't matter. It's the only thing different, though. It's not even an interesting difference, I don't think. Like, I think it's just a color difference. What have I done? What have I done? Okay. All right. So specialize, mesh key. This is where it's failing. This is a specialized, whatever the hell, mesh pipeline key. So this is the thing we call specialize. Why is it not in the pipeline caches is really the question. This seems like some kind of race condition in pipeline cache. It can't be a race condition because it fails every time. It's deterministic is what I'm getting at. So it's not that it can't be a race condition, but definitively when we run it with platform mesh, it crashes. When we don't run it with platform mesh, it doesn't crash. And this is true for all configurations. As far as I can tell, no matter what else we have here, I guess what cylinder 1 was the other one we could add in there. But for everything, the only one that's an issue is platform mesh. And it's only an issue when it's also with other meshes. I think sphere and platform mesh does break, right? I don't remember. No, sphere and platform mesh don't break. And that's true for multiple runs, right? And just to make sure that this is actually getting inserted and that I'm not fooling myself, the eyes have sphere and sphere doesn't have it. Sphere doesn't have draw section. Why doesn't sphere have draw section? Oh, sphere doesn't have draw section because this only runs on level spawn. That's why. And we aren't running it on the character. So sphere doesn't exist here. We actually can't rely on sphere being here. So it's any other actual mesh. Right? So cube 20 and cube whatever. Length is 7, index is 7. Platform mesh by itself, fine. Platform mesh and anything else, wrong. Anything else by its, like everything else together other than platform mesh, fine. Yes. The issue is that we go to get the pipeline by ID and it crashes because we're doing a direct access, like an indexed access. See if I can go find it again. Specialized slow layout entry. Get render pipeline descriptor. When we get render pipeline descriptor, this index is what crashes. Yeah, ID 0 is out of bounds. Exactly. 100%. What populates the pipeline cache for the other meshes? It's a great question. It's a great question. If we look at pipeline cache, it is used in a bunch of different places. Probably only care about mesh if we see mesh in here. Pipeline 3D. This is probably, that's gizmos though. Specialized mesh pipeline. Meshlets, mesh 2D, UI, 2D. Material. Core pipeline, MSA right back. Core 3D, opaque pass. I guess opaque pass might be interesting to look at too. So this is Q custom mesh pipeline, right? So for us, that's the wrong file. Q custom meshes. Q custom meshes is in render set Q meshes. Whereas theirs is in render set Q. Why is that in render set Q? Q custom mesh pipeline. Pipeline cache. Render world system that enqueues the entity with custom rendering into the opaque render phase of each view. This is what we're doing. Do I have this in the wrong phase? That's the same stuff they're doing. I don't think this is it, but just for, because it's such an easy change. Yeah. Let's do a quick docs check. So there's Q and Q meshes. Q meshes is a subset inside of Q. And we want Q meshes because prepare assets render mesh is completed when we do Q meshes. So that's what I thought was happening. But seeing the other code made me double question myself. Second guess, I guess, is the So iterates over all meshes visible from the view and adds them to the binned render phase or sorted render phase as appropriate for queue material meshes. But it already has to be done by this point, right? Right, like pipeline ID here, specialized pipeline cache. And then this is the only pipeline cache. And I don't think this key is used. So pipeline specialized was way over here. Specialized source. Specialize key. So mesh layout cache entry uses key. You get the entry and cache. I guess that could be giving us the wrong entry. This is feeling like either a bug or all the examples have a big gap. Yeah, I'm like 50-50 on it. I do think that the rendering examples do need more to them. But the other hand of that, or like the other side of that, is rendering in general tends to require prior context, right? There's not really a good way, like for, let's say for clap, right? Like you don't really need to know things beforehand about the context of creating an argument parser. You can kind of like read the docs, read the examples, get through it, and then etc. But for rendering, there's a lot of like, I don't want to say spooky action at a distance because it's not really spooky, but it's like, if you need this, you need to also know that you need that. And there's a lot of those cases. That combined with the fact that a lot of graphics code is written for specific use cases means that they drop the general applicability in favor of a specific example, because that's how people, as far as I can tell, that's how people write graphics code. You write graphics code to achieve a specific effect in a specific context. You don't write generic graphics code that does everything for everybody. So, I mean, on one hand, yeah, more rendering examples. You're never going to get me to say no to that. But on the other hand, is this just something that I did that I didn't realize I did that I need to fix? You know? Okay, so specialize. I was just staring at this, wasn't I? Yeah, specialize gets all the way down to here to the entry if it's occupied. If it's vacant, it inserts it. Bind group data. I don't think that matters though. Yeah. I mean, it's the material pipeline key before too, but pipeline cache get render pipeline. How I'm constructing pipeline ID. I don't think that's the cached thing, right? There's no implementation there. There's no implementation there. There's no implementation there. Am I looking for the right thing? Cached render pipeline ID, right? So cached render pipeline ID is the section texture phase pipeline. I guess I am sticking that in the phase item. But it is just getting the pipeline, right? So in this case, it's that. Where am I setting this? Section texture phase, where am I constructing that? At the end of the pipeline ID here, which is already done by the time we get there. So the phase item gets that pipeline ID from this specialize, which is trying to get some pipeline from the cache. So there's the mesh key. So we're basically all the way back at where the error is happening. In our code, the cached pipeline ID is just the cached pipeline ID. I guess it's possible that that pipeline amount could be changing. But to know that, we would have to what? Debug the pipeline cache. Which I don't think we can do, right? Oh, you reminded, you see what you were looking at? What were you looking at? I'm just going to dump the number. Yeah, it's always 7. Right? It goes from 0 to 7 and sticks at 7. And then we try to access the 7th one. There are 4 platforms, right? 4 platforms, 2 meshes on the cube, 2 meshes on the player. But that's 9. That's too many. The numbers don't add up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How are there more than 6? I guess the only other 2 meshes, there's crate, 4 platforms, person, or character. So that would be that. Yeah, cylinder and sphere. Can I do this is going to be either not debuggable or super noisy, right? So we should be able to see 7 of these. So we've got GPU culling, mesh preprocessing, eGUI, postprocess, SSAO, SSAO, copy deferred lighting, a second mesh preprocessing for GPU culling, unless that's just cycling again. Mesh preprocessing, I think we're back cycling again. eGUI, post-process. You're looking at a different specialized method? SSAO. This is just a phase. It's not a full render pipeline. It's not just a phase. Did I miss adding this to something that needs it? Pipeline specialized, pipeline cache, custom draw pipeline, mesh key, mesh layout. And then we're looking for something that isn't there. That potentially didn't get added. So at that point, I feel like I need to dig into entry and see this hit vacant, because it should hit vacant, right? Because what else would it be? I guess it would be the mesh pipeline, right? So copy mesh preprocessing, direct mesh preprocessing. What specialized method were you looking at? This is starting to look like what is my pipelines resource? You mean the pipeline cache, or that's a specialized mesh pipeline for the section texture? Check out the file you sent. Okay. Give me a second. I keep my Discord off on my streaming computer. You sent... Where did you send it? If you sent it in a link in YouTube, then it will not. Oh, you sent the path in chat? Okay, maybe I missed that. I think it got recognized as a URL and removed, because I don't see it in chat. If you sent a link to a file, it gets automatically... Yeah, thank you. YouTube is pretty aggressive about removing that. PBR resources pipeline specializer. I was looking at pipeline specializer at one point. Why am I in Bevy PBR? So what did you have about this? I mean, specialized mesh pipeline is what we're doing. Does this have anything? Pipeline cache, specialized pipeline, key, as specialized mesh pipeline key. Mesh vertex buffer layout reference. Result cached render pipeline ID and specialized mesh pipeline error. Used in shader instancing and specialized mesh pipeline. Let's look at specialized mesh pipeline. This is an example. Does the primitive topology that we do. Pipeline cache, custom mesh pipeline. Custom mesh pipeline is their resource for what we're doing. Mesh pipeline and shader handle. Mesh key is the same. Specialize the key for the current mesh entity. For example, we only specialize based on the mesh topology. Should we do mesh topology and custom attribute if we can? Can we do that? Right, mesh key, primitive topology. Is that the issue? I don't know that we get access to do custom stuff in here. It looked different than the, what, line 116? Yeah, specialized mesh pipelines. I mean, this is entry, specialized slow. This is what it is. This is the same thing, I think. Right, specialized slow, vertex cache, pipeline layout. Different mesh vertex buffer layouts can produce the same vertex buffer layout. We want compatible vertex buffer layouts to be the same pipeline, so we dedupe them. Occupied cache render pipeline descriptor. It doesn't access the mesh key descriptor like the other one. This specialize is, so there's a number of functions called specialize on different things that do different things. right? Like this has specialized, which is just a function. The implementation for what did we have over here? The implementation for our pipeline has a different specialized function. That's one of the other things that's kind of confusing about this stuff. So like specialized mesh pipeline can have an implementation which requires a specialized function, but that specialized function is not this specialized function. This specialized function is a different specialized function. Because that specialized function that we were looking at before on the website is this specialized function, which then eventually calls to the other one. No, so this one usually calls the other one, if I remember correctly. See? So we've got our specialized pipeline here. That specialized gets called here using the key. So that gets us back to our other function and then returned. So this descriptor successfully gets returned if this one were the one that we were using. Then vertex layout cache would get the vertex buffer, uses the vertex buffer layout to get a key, or to get the layout map anyway. Because this comment is saying that we want the vertex buffer layouts that are the same to use the same pipelines, so they get deduped. At which point you either get the entry or you insert the entry. That gets you the layout map. This is the spot at which we hit our error. Yeah. It is the top level one that's erroring. It's not our specialized, it's the larger specialized. And it's the larger specialized because it can't get the pipeline ID from the render descriptor. Which is, I don't know why. Mesh pipeline key, view key. The view key is created from mesh pipeline key HDR. I don't think there's a way for us to like key this off of arbitrary stuff though. Right? Like there's no... This method will return none if any unknown bits are set. This doesn't give us the ability to like... From HDR, primitive topology, MSAA samples. So at the very least, we can't create a mesh pipeline key that includes our custom data. But like the depth prepass is here, the normal prepass is here. And what we're doing is basically a different prepass. So that feels really weird, right? So this is like a predefined bit field that we can't add to. Which means what? Is this a bug? um, I don't know the answer to that, actually. The only function on this is specialize. Specialized mesh pipeline key. What do I have as my key? The other thing is there's so much code for this. Key. We're taking key as mesh pipeline key, so we would have to specify the key here as something else if we wanted to include that data. That data is currently not included, right? So it shouldn't be running into an issue yet. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. I think this is going to take a little bit of a deeper. Let's do this. Length is 7, index is 8. Index is 8 means there needs to be 2 more pipelines in that cache. Inside that pipeline specializer file, when it's specialized at line 65 ever called? You mean pipelines.specialize? Oh, it is working. Just to be clear. So like if we remove platform mesh specifically, everything renders, and the issue right now is that we have this mesh, which only when it's included with other meshes does my custom pipeline mess up. Or my custom phase, anyway. And I don't know why this happens. So I mean, I could theoretically just remove the platform mesh, but like not knowing why it's not working is going to be rough. It was working without having to remove that mesh? No, I don't think so. What do you mean? Also, we're not removing the mesh from the scene currently. What we're doing is not inserting draw section on it. Right? Everything works as long as draw section is not on platform mesh in addition to everything else. Sent me a code block. Okay, let me check it out. Yeah, what about it? What is your question about the pipeline specializer? We had that up at one point. Where is that? Cache, queue. That's this. Specialized mesh pipeline. What do you mean by when is it called? Line 65 is a compute pipeline, by the way. That's not, compute pipeline is not related. So it's not, this should never be called for us. It could be called for something else, but this would never be called for us. We are doing a specialized mesh pipeline. I think I'm at the point where I need to like start throwing in logs in Bevy. You dyslexia at heart. That's fine. Vertex buffers. There are no other logs here. What's the difference between vertex, or what's the difference between that and the other ones? I don't think there is anything different between them. I don't know. I'm gonna have to try to replicate this somehow. I don't know. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do this at the moment. Obviously we could move forward with just not putting draw section on platform mesh, but that would be weird, right? That's not what I want to do. Platform mesh. Has one attribute on it. Right, UV map, sharp face, yada yada. Same things here. Data isn't really different. There's a material that's different, but I don't know. We're getting to the end of the stream though. And I think that this particular issue. Oh, maybe you thought the example was working earlier. Not the demo, but the The Uber example, Hukasu, that was working, right? Like the code works, everything works. The outlines work, the general code works, etc. The issue is that there's something about the meshes that we're putting into the main scene, the level, that is causing the pipeline cache to not have, to either be looking at the wrong index, which is possible, or to not have the pipeline ID we need. And I don't think that there's anything in the example scene that we can use to also trigger this. Right? Draw section here. This is the circular base, which has it. This is the cube, which has it. I guess the sphere is the only other thing. Where's the sphere? Sphere here. So like theoretically this could potentially crash at some point, but no. The reason they don't have outlines is because they don't have the vertex data. I have other examples where I construct this stuff in a number of different ways and it doesn't break. I don't know. I really don't know. There's something either like wrong with the data. I don't know. Platform mesh is really the only one. Platform mesh is what that is called, right? Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean if I add draw mesh on the platform mesh directly? We are adding it to the platform mesh directly. Yeah, so the platform mesh is coming from a Blender, from a scene. And actually, there's no issue when it's only the platform mesh. So like, if I do, that's not what I wanted to do. If I go to Blender right now, and I go into the platform mesh, right? And I create section color, right? Face corner, color, add. And I go into modeling and I start looking at, let's say the top edge of this, right? I don't know. Let's do this side. And then we go vertex paint. And I say on this side, it's going to be 1. So it's going to be whited out, hopefully. Set vertex colors, right? And then we go with top. And I'm going to go to vertex paint. And I'm going to set it somewhere like 50. Set vertex colors. We save this. We export it. We export with the attributes. We include everything. We include custom properties. We make our way back into the assets for our game. I export the GLTF. Or the GLB in this case, I guess. Go back to our game and run it. We have an outline. We have outline on the thing. Like it works. You know? And I feel like I'm 50-50 on whether I hope this fails or not. Oh no. That's not good. Oh no. That's not good. That is really that is really no. That is really not good. There's something wrong with the character too now. I don't know why. Why are the eyes in the middle? Am I logging too much stuff here? Why are the eyes in the middle now? Well, in any case, this whole little thing here can get commented out and run, right? Unknown attribute color 2 is weird. Let's do, where is this? Main. Put it on everything. Put it on everything. Everything has it at the moment. If I remove the attribute and re-export, does it still break? You think it might have been that? Let's see. What would color 2 have been though? All right, let's look for color 2 for a second. MISC 1 data. I wish I could export this without doing all the textures and stuff. MISC 1. Save, replace. This is our GLTF. It's 20,000 lines. Color 2 is on platform mesh. Color 2 is currently on platform mesh. That's a small GLTF. I don't know. I don't know what color 2 is at the moment. We only have 2 color attributes. So I don't know why there's color 2, color 1, and color 0. Delete it. Well, okay, yeah. I have to change the import. Oh, it did comment out the. Oh no, well it'll still break because now we have it on the required component. We have other issues like. I mean the color 2 isn't required in any way. I don't know where it came from. Get rid of this too. Yeah, I mean color 1, color 2. I don't think it matters. Some of my logic is wrong currently. I don't know exactly why. Did I export with custom properties? Custom properties on. Animation, mesh, UVs, attributes. Oh, export all vertex colors. Let's turn that off. Where was I? Lib. Let's go back to GLB. Yeah, so now those colors aren't getting pulled in. I don't know. I got nothing. And I guess if it shows up again, we'll have to debug it. I legitimately cannot tell you what the issue was. I'm going to go with stale GLTF data, I guess. Maybe something was just messed up. I got nothing, man. I really do not know. I know. That's a very non-interesting ending there, I think. Let's at least finish up here with like getting the other stuff on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I guess the GLB, the GLTF, whatever, had some data that was just not agreeing with the implementation, and I don't know why. It didn't look like we were doing anything wrong, so I'm actually probably happier that that's the case than not. But let's make the stroke color something very obvious. Currently, stroke color is global. So let's go Blender. Let's go this. The looking good. Yeah, I guess. I'm still very like, oh man, what the hell was even wrong with that, you know? Not a tribute. Did I add the wrong thing? I don't love that I have to do section color on every mesh, but I think that's a fine trade-off. Yeah, I think that's good. There's something about flat shading that we were talking about, right? Flat. And then back to vertex paint, make this some other color, set vertex colors. The colors don't really matter that much, so it's kind of nice. I think that I will probably just delete these two and duplicate this. Right? Shift D. What GZ1, GY2, 10. Maybe like that. And then what? Shift D, GZ2, GY 7. And then these should have kept that extra information, right? So now we've got outlines on anything we want to have outlines on automatically. We could make the outlines a little bit bigger, I think, or smaller. I don't have this hooked up for eGUI yet, I don't think. Let's see, camera, post-process settings. Yeah, I didn't register it yet. Once I register it, we'll be able to just mess with that. Let's put it on that crate too. Could definitely have been worse. Could have been worse. Gonna hold out with my. I'm gonna hold out with my. How do I get back to 0? I need a numpad. That's what I need. So I think all of these can be. Later. I'm about to end stream too, so I'm just gonna finish up setting some of these faces and stuff. And then I'll be done for the day. Took long enough. You know? Thanks for hanging out though. All right, let's go with that, and let's go with vertex paint, and let's go with face half paint set. And then is there like a select everything else button? Yes. Cool. Vertex paint, and this is going to be just something else. Painted. Not too concerned about this at the moment. Spent enough time chasing my tail on the render pipeline thing, I think. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I set those as vertex colors, regular, not... dang. Color attributes. Section color. Maybe we can just fix it real easy. Maybe not. Section color, face corner, bike. Ah, that's why. We are going to do a new attribute. For section color, that's a regular color. Then I have to go back into this. Edit mode, great. Still have our selection. This will be something like that. This will be set vertex colors. Back into edit mode, select inverse. Back into vertex paint, pick a different color. Set the vertex colors, save. And this, if I've done everything correctly, should give us outlines on all of the interesting features of the box, which it does. The 4-pixel outline we set up is a little bit much for the box, I think. But definitely works. You can see that we get control over where these outlines go, because on this side, on the lower edge of this platform, we don't have them. And then on this side, we do. So you can pick stuff up, you can go through a level. I think that next week we do gameplay. Next week we do a finish area to succeed for the level. And then we have to start coming up with obstacles and stuff. A game where everything is invisible except for the outline. I can actually... post-process, WGSL. So effectively this. We don't have player reset yet. Definitely need to cut down that post-process stroke a little bit. I think 4 is going to be way too big in general. And obviously our color is not going to be red. It's going to be, what did I have, slate 50 before? I think slate 50 is fine. Something that's like whitish but not white is kind of what I'm looking for there. I need to really implement player respawn. But yeah, I think we're at the point where this is like, need to stop fiddling with outlines. Outlines now work, which is great. Time to start building some levels. Also, character development. I think character stuff like animation, I might do off stream. I don't know. We'll see. Happy the outline stuff is working though. So that's going to be it for today. I know it was kind of long, kind of intensive stream today. But maybe I should have just tried re-exporting the GLTF earlier. Anyway, thanks for everyone who stuck through it. I will see you next Saturday.